Yo, let's fucking go. Postal 4, baby. And guess who's got a nice pair of teeth to go along with it? That's right. The medical procedure was a success. Not without some ups and downs, because 5 hours in the chair can take a lot of a guy. Not to mention, I actually have a bit of gum pain now, because throughout the whole process, the doc essentially had to insert a mold to which he would apply the bonding with a syringe. And believe me when I say, that shit hurt. He basically had to slam it in every time, firmly press against my gums in order to make sure that the adhesive held correctly. So yeah, a little sensitive here and there, but I think give it a week or so, and we'll be back on the grind. Well, I don't know. We never actually do get a good look at the dude Steve, do we? Throughout the games. What's up, Frosty? I saw yesterday you actually started a new RPG. Fortunately, I didn't get to join in because it was already late my end and I was quite tired from work. But how'd that go for you, bud? So let's jump into the action and hopefully put a wrap on Postal for tonight. It is Friday after all, so by the series logic, by default, that should be the last day. More of that old dungeon crawling, huh? I mean, I'm glad that you not only found a niche for yourself that you feel comfortable in, but you're actually persisting and doubling down on it. You speaking of dungeon crawlers, I finished watching those Redline That Game videos that was actually recommended to recently, and let me tell you, that Meridian 59 game, I've never heard of it before, surprisingly, given how old it is. But I was amazed that it's actually very reminiscent of but that's a little loud on my end. Yeah, me too. It actually looks like those old Elder Scrolls entries or the Might and Magic series, like almost 1-to-1 at points in terms of visual appeal. And it appears that you can kind of switch around between first person and third person mode, judging from the screenshots. So technically, you could go from Elder Scrolls Vision to like very early EverQuest before the 3D models settled in. Yeah, yeah, and third person is kind of actually like looking at those really early old 3D MMOs. I would watch ads all the time on a gaming channel that used to air in Poland of the first EverQuest and Asheron's Skull. Yeah, Asheron's Skull, that's another oldie that was really big in Europe, I remember, but the Tales of Dial, man, that really put a wrench into actually attempting any kind of online gaming back in that time period for me. It wasn't actually until internet service became viable that I was able to try out Ultima Online. And that's the one I not only sank my teeth into, but actually just dived in properly and stuck around for so many years. I guess when you're that thirsty to try a new and exciting prospect, you just go crazy when the opportunity finally rises. So anyway, we finally managed to enter this cool-looking tower where the big boss man of Edenson resides. Totally not a spoof on the House Always Wins questline from New Vegas. Absolutely not. It's not like we talked to highly advanced computer AI or something, and it asked us to do cleanup duty on its turf. It's a pretty good gem, though. Pacify Merc Superior. So there is an uprising going on at the mall, which, hey, it's very conveniently situated to us. Well, technically we also have treasure hunter available in close proximity. The dam is a little bit away, so we'll save that for last, I think. My man, some habits do not die that easily. I mean, you're only one letter off. Even when you look at the keyboard, R is very close to S. What do you mean Friday? Friday in game. I know it's actually confusing for people IRL, because it's like, wait a minute, this can't be right. It's only Wednesday. What is this mad Polish person talking about? Well, I call it a skill issue. Meowdy to you too, Golden. And welcome to the dawn of Friday on a Wednesday.
Great.
You know, we're off to a great start when we have a rampage in the local chapel. And there's a frickin' rocket launcher on the altar. Decapitate 5 people. That's what Jesus would have wanted. Which part of the New Testament is this related to? I may have to brush up on my biblical knowledge. But hey. Anything for the big J.
Who's your go long?
So the easiest way to decapitate is actually to use the throw.
Daddy.
And I always found this to be one of my favorite weapons from Postal 2. Just because of the alt fire. As long as you manage to dissect a target, you're good.
Now this is a knife.
I don't know why, but that fake Australian accent coming from John St. John almost killed me.
All units, be advised. We have the suspect in sight and he is armed to the teeth.
Now, unfortunately, I cannot close the chapel door, so I'm just gonna have to hope that the AI is dumb enough. Nope, not this time. Well, that got caught on the camera. Yikes. Thankfully, it was small vision, so shit happens. This gave me quite a jump, though. Madam? My room now. Damn. I'm actually impressed. They managed to follow me all the way here. It's almost like the tracking actually improved. Wait, hold up. How far can I take the abuse?
Scumbag right here. Now that's a hands-on approach. I'm hit. Hit! I'm taking fire! I'm taking fire!
You know, I'm actually surprised the bed didn't come on fire as well. That is, that is not only a sturdy bed, but also some nice fireproof bed sheets. We sure have gone forward in terms of technological progress. Of course.
Nothing like a life-saving.
This wouldn't be the authentic Postal experience if I didn't set myself on fire by accident. Uh-oh. No, I think we're good. You guys smell that? That. Just how you make bacon. Anyway. Officer?
Pull your pants up.
Score.
Squeeze me harder.
Forgot about that zipper.
Down or I'll put you down. Freeze.
Well,
You have the right to remain silent.
back to this bullshit.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be.
Help, help. I'm being oppressed here.
Now, freeze. Stop right there. Stop, or I'll shoot. Now, just don't you move. Don't be a resist. You have the right to remain silent.
You see that scissor mustache I gave him? Oh. Thanks. Anyway, I was kind of hoping I could keep the door shut, but regrettably, it opens outside. Which is not ideal. I really should have bound the unzip zip pants button and the holster take out weapon to different keys so they're not right next to each other. But you know what? That makes things funnier. Oh, hey. You see, that neck of yours got magically fixed. Not my doing. Dish water. No, don't worry, it's just German for water out of the dishwasher. Such fine abstract art. Now, if I didn't know any better, I'd say this is some concept art for the next New Blood game. You know this weird grain that I see on the image? For a split second, I thought that was gonna spell out the stutter shock watermark. Wait, am I still spotted by the authorities? Huh. I think so. Yeah, I did. Very unexpected, but hey, that's another new wave boomer shooter on my to-do list, officially. Given that it's out of early access, so joins the ranks of Nightmare Reaper and Dread Templar, which also quite recently moved out of the quote-unquote beta status, so all things considered, they're full-fledged games now.
Suspect sighted. You have the right to remain silent, so shut the fuck up.
Yep, whatever you wish.
Got the scumbag right.
I suppose there was just too much fuzz in the building. So, mayhaps, let's try the old trick of starting a mission. And hopefully they will get me out of trouble. I think after Postal 4, I may start another shooter, just to maintain that unwritten tradition of these streams, where I have one going at a time, be it a classic or anything that came out in the past couple of years. And boy, my collection across gaming platforms, especially Steam, just keeps on expanding. Like, I got options to choose from. And you know what? That's actually a good thing. Because the more choices you have at your disposal, the more fun it gets. But yeah, going back to that redline duology of dead games, you know what really caught me off guard for a minute? Just how deprived of life Second Life, ironically, has become. It almost makes me wonder, did the audience actually move on to the metaverse? Not even as a meme, but genuinely out of conviction? Or did everyone simply forget about Second Life, period?
Wait a minute. If we've never sailed on the seas, how come we can hear water?
I see we are reenacting the scene from Demolition Man with Sylvester Stallone. Some good old rat burgers. Yeah, remember that scene where they meet up with the Resistance in the sewers, and he's handing a burger, munches, you know, delightfully, and has to do, say, what meat is this? And the guy's like, rat? And Stallone goes like, keeps eating it. Bob's Guns plus seafood. Welcome aboard, ye sea dogs. Grab your grub and bring yours a stranker. Roasted rats. Steak a la potato. Semi-plucked duck. Chicken club. Nice pound there. Meatloaf surprise. Do we wanna ask the gentleman behind the counter what the surprise is? Smelling tuna sushi? Insane caviar. Bob's fish and chips. Snark shark. Crumble cakes. Shame shrimp. Tilapia nettles. Thick-boned salmon. I'm almost surprised that the drinks are normal by comparison. Oh, and in case you want some guns. Yo, a fish scope? I want that. Give me the fish scope. What if he actually gave it to me and it just had a fishbowl effect?
Ahoy, ye carousers and picaroons! Come about and let me tell ye the tale of a pirate named Bob. There once was a jackdaw.
I'll have to trust your word on that, Golden, because if I can help it, I try to erase all memories of Postal 3 out of my memory. Let's just say it wasn't exactly a shining gem in my 3 years worth of streaming career. Yep, let's just help ourselves to a bit of fast food. Amazingly, no rats are being prepared in this establishment. So we know which branch to avoid at the mall. America. Perfectly Normal Burgers. Here at Perfectly Normal Co., we are proud to use real ingredients that do exist in every normal and not at all odd burger that we make. Nothing will happen to you if you eat the burger. Please call this number when something happens to you after eating the burger. Crossed out, remain in place. Contains 1 blob. This sounds like a riff on the Impossible Burger. Or rather, Impossible Meat in general. Which, friendly reminder, no meat substitute will ever taste like the authentic deal. Cope harder, vegans. Cope and sieve.
I've had worse.
Ooh. When did I get these? Regardless, I'm holding on to those upgrades. Don't have any food. Just one crack pipe. Are there any?
And come again.
Actually, they might be in the mall. Now that it's the final day. Oh, nice.
That stuff
Great.
works fast.
Exactly what I needed.
Only my father and priest can touch me there.
Got him.
Well, now we know what the management does in their spare time. Anything except actual work. Hey, is that someone's YouTube video? Unfortunately, I can't quite make out what it says. I'm sure someone has already managed to decipher the text and actually find the source material on YouTube. Man, imagine the free exposure you get just by having a random one of your uploads referenced in the game. Hold up. Uh-oh. Why am I locked in? Uh-oh. That's not good.
Look out.
I have become trapped. Ah, now that's a good piece of media right here. Arguably one of Uwe Boll's career highlights.
I feel like shake a leg.
Doors are closed, ma'am. I mean, could I? That works. Thank goodness for destructible glass. Oh, you know what? This reminds me. We had them all put in Postal free. It wasn't particularly good. But on the entirety of the whole game, I don't think it was particularly irritating. Then again, for Postal free standards, having actual functional section was already an accomplishment.
Attention all shoppers! This is a friendly reminder from your local mercenary group that the second and third floors of the mall are currently off limits to customers. Failure to comply will result in swift and immediate termination. Also, if your purchases in the next half hour amount to $15 or more, you will receive a free 8-inch Mega Mall tote bag. Check the information desk for more info.
Ah, there's the menace in the cool-looking armor. But hey, $15 or more, and you get a cool bag. You guys were supposed to be upstairs.
Damn.
Well, it certainly is an upgrade fighting heavily armed
Oh, you can hardly
commando
taste the
types
botulism.
rather than a bunch of nerds protesting against made-up drama. Let's have this prepped.
Every man's.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now you know why I had all of these power-ups stocked up. Exactly. For bits like this one. So next generator is around here.
Oh, that stuff really works.
Oh, here they come.
Prepare for trouble and make it help.
First staircase accessible. Moving on up. So far, so good. This clinic's still off limits. Oh. Strong security. You can only pass if it's this big. No larger, no smaller. So this is their addict word, I see. Men really be out here living like this and thinking it's okay. Why I'm not surprised they put the generator in this noticeable location. stock music that goes hard. I think we found the security key for the clinic. It's a lot of crack pipes, which I am very grateful for, cause holy smokes. Get it, smokes, cause ugh.
Nice hit. Double time it. Ow. Oh, I don't think that's supposed to bend that way. Damn. Oh. What we've got here is a failure to communicate.
So actually tapping the buttons is way more efficient than just holding your shoot
It's a good day to
button.
die.
This is a really good way to bypass the recoil, minimize it.
Keep the change.
If you only got one, then you can go ham. But with two out to play, it seems like it's more efficient to go semi-auto manually. Oh, where's the next one?
Ow! Done like dinner.
You know, I kind of feel like I'm playing Dead Center from Left 4 Dead 2 all over again. Except instead of hunting for gas canisters, we got a less stressful side objective to mess around with. Oh yeah, getting those jerry cans on the higher difficulty tiers in Left 4 Dead. I like how the most efficient strat is to just collect all of them by the car you're supposed to fuel up, and then just quickly go through all of them and enact the escape sequence. Stem. First things first.
Have a nice day.
I want to heal up.
Nothing like a little pick-me-up.
Oh. There's the boss. Hard Rock. Alright, well, you know how we deal with bosses. Not that there was that many of them.
Double time it. Ow! I hope that'll grow back.
First we gotta find him. So there's some healing here in case I need to run back.
Oh yeah, I've still got it.
Well, first I gotta find the main enemy. Leader of the pack. That's a cool looking toy. Army man kinda boss. Yep, just your average mall shopping experience. Not sure whether this NPC is meant to be roaming the floor, or they're just gonna wait on me to come over. That them? Yep. Not doing a whole lot. Where are you at? Okay, seems like this person is patrolling a very specific part of the floor. And quite frankly... Oh, there you are. The armor's coming off. Get away, goon. Their boss is going down. Easy peasy. Yo. Check out those pads.
You always did have a way of making a move on a woman, you pipe. I've been waiting for this moment for years, and you're not gonna get away from me this time.
Pardon me for asking this, miss, but do I know you?
And the man
Confirmed, the
is
dude does have nice
forgetful,
teeth.
too. You don't remember me from the date? From the wedding? Are you telling me you don't recognize your own sister-in-law?
Oh no.
Oh, right. You're the bitch's younger sister. The manly one.
You sure got away with words, dude.
Well, long time no see. Great time for a family reunion, huh? Say, where's my old lady these days anyway?
In hell?
Where's my sister? I was hoping you'd be able to tell me where that bimbo is. That no-good, conniving, bloated, worm-witted, lying, thieving man-stealer.
Wait. Man-stealer?
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess we know why they call her
Dynamite.
Hard Rock.
She's pacified, all right. A few times.
Well, officially confirmed canon. The dude has been laid at least 2 times in his life. But wait, that's assuming he ever got to sleep with his wife. Once for sure. To be honest, I wouldn't really blame him. He forgot the ice cream. Oh. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, he did deserve better, and I would say this was an improvement. Next up, let's do treasure hunting. Well, to be fair, it was off screen, so the sex did not happen per se. Although I do like that one guy who was just like, get a good look at that. You know what would have been better? If he just came along with a chair and then sat like this. I just like to watch.
I think I'm coming down.
Should have probably grabbed a medkit while I was still in the mall. If memory serves, that actually helps you recover from a coming down. Oh, by the way, I totally forgot to mention, but all of you fine followers of this channel, go check out the emote tab, and you get a new reaction to play with, courtesy of my friend Buzzer, who has been supporting me with fine artwork
I think I need some more drugs.
throughout the months. What is that run cycle? The I need to take a shit real fast run.
I don't feel so good. Ugh. Maybe I should consider rehab. Nah, I'll just find more drugs.
I could have gone and changed clothes, but honestly, I find this questline getup so hilarious that I'll keep it through the rest of the game. Oh, fast travel checkpoint. Haven't used one of those in ages. Yeah, interestingly, Postal 4 is one of those few video games where I kind of just like exploring. I don't want to zip zoom through fast travel hotspot to another hotspot. Not a whole lot of video games managed to pull that off successfully. Like eventually in Oblivion or any Elder Scrolls game, I will find myself just zip zooming on the map whenever I'm super familiar with a particular area of the map. And what is up, Mewtwo? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Oh no. Golden is becoming one of the hipsters. Now, unfortunately, all my handmade graffiti for that one job got removed. Otherwise, we would have taken another good look at those fine paintings. Alright, so... I remember there being some stuff in here. Yep. Fornicator shells. Oh, you know what? I actually forgot about that, shoddy. Do I still have it? Ah, shoot, I must have lost it during the, Day 4 beginning. Sadness. Oh, no matter. At least we still have the classic. The Pump Action Champ. Invisible wall much. That's a cool looking retro train. Old Black Lung number 6. I got to saw a locomotive like this while on vacation in Wales. They keep it as a tourist attraction in the mountains, so you can have a lovely little trip around the area. Like, you know, actually getting to that station was a bit of a hassle because it's a small town. But worth the trouble of traveling on a classic train first to reach the location. So how about that Nicolas Cage in Dead by Daylight? Yeah, me neither. I don't know what caused that unholy crossover for the ages. They got him before Kojima. That's for sure. What the fuck? Excuse me, did you just come crashing down with this rockfall and then just start dancing?
Hell no! Ah!
Well, you guys know the drill. You know how we deal with cleansing unholy spirits. One way. One surefire method. Now, see, if this was Evil Dead, we'd have to go the extra mile and actually... But thankfully, this is not that universe. Speaking of which, in case you're wondering, yes, the new Evil Dead does have a chainsaw scene. I would still say go watch it because I was pleasantly surprised. It turned out to be a decent spin-off. Again, it's not quite the same without Ash Williams, and it never will be. But it did get that classic vibe of the first Evil Dead, of serious horror, just right. What are you doing here, Buster? Impressive. Oh, look. We could totally get a new home for you, dude. Sure, it's only one room, but spacious, we have to admit. Watch for psycho assholes. Of course, it wouldn't be that easy. It looks like you could get up there. Sadly, I think we got some invisible walls here and there, which it's kind of surprising actually. You wouldn't expect there to be much restrictions, because Postal 4 does allow some pretty wacky platforming at times. See? People are living pretty comfy down here. Like, check out this small kitchen one guy made for himself. Oh, it's a Bob's branch. See? They're living the best of life down here. You can get a haircut too. They got a comfy couch in the waiting panel. I don't know if I would trust this medical bay, but you know, you gotta work with what you have. You know what? I'm getting Mad Max vibes. Thunderdome in particular. And they got video games. Let's freaking go. Yeah, I could live down here. I mean, the lack of sunlight would be a problem, but you know, it's comfy. We got all the essentials. You could share a container with a bro if you want to. Now see, this right here, it's giving me anxiety. From my line of work, you touch any of those ends and this whole place is burning down. Did we have to put this thing next to the shitter? Apparently. How are the people spawning in here?
How you doing?
Have you ever
What the
had
fuck is happening?
No problem. Huh?
Hey,
Check out this guy.
get on the way.
I almost want to keep going and see just how many NPCs can we bring over here.
Hey.
You know, I'm up.
How are you?
No one's listening to us.
Hello. How you doing?
Enjoying the human bonfire? Me too.
So do you think I
Would you like to become a part of it? I don't take no for an answer, by the way.
No, no.
Yeah, now all we need is a bag of marshmallows and we're set. Whoever's freaking out, stop it. Thank you. If I can, I'll come back here later and check if we manage to trap any more victims. I don't know about this, Chief. I don't know. It's like that part in Cultic that I played of the demo where you go to the cavernous bit. Now, just in case, I'm gonna take some precautions and I shall equip this gun because we have a lot of ammo.
Check out this place. Looks valuable to me. You figure it's Spanish or Mesoamerican?
That's a condom, Roy. Used.
It's gonna be worth something
Do you think it's
in
still
1,000
worth
years.
anything fresh? Hey, there's someone else here.
Back off, claim jumper. These sacred tombs and burial sites belong to us.
Yeah, we saw it first.
Come on, we've got to warn the others.
Hey, fellas, this tomb's being raided.
You don't say, jackass.
Oh, that stuff really works. Double time it. Gallbladder.
The fuck is this South American temple nonsense? You ever think about how many years it actually took them to prep this mechanism? And was it worth the time spent?
Oh, that stuff really works.
Well, to be fair, it did have a lot of gold to protect.
a good way to die.
Oh wow, I went through that ammo real quick. Fortunately. Whoops. So, lesson learned. Watch your step. You know what's actually funny? I'm pretty sure I walked into one of these pillars when they already set in place. And they just happen to have an instant death trigger if you so much as come into contact. Well, at least I don't have to fight all these enemies again.
Sissy.
Silent sight sucks. It just takes up the entirety of the screen. Well, it's pretty cool. It's not much penalty to die besides losing ammo. But even then, if you already killed a bunch of enemies, they don't respawn. So it's more of a minor nuisance than anything else.
Ow! You.
Mr. Shoddy to the rescue. You know, speaking of cultists, this sure looks like a evil occult encampment.
Swell.
But no, you guys are doing it all wrong. You need the cool robes. Hoodies stay on. And then you shout weird expletives my way. Preferably in Latin.
You go,
Or a mix of thereof with a different language. Oof. 2 points of health left. But
That stuff works fast.
I do have a couple of medkits saved.
I definitely need
So it's all
more
good.
of that.
Let's go Uzi. Now then.
Ow! Yeah.
This rate of fire is nuts. So it appears I cannot pick up these medkits. Unless...
Yeah.
There we go.
That should plug a few holes.
Good thing crowd jumping exists. No.
Ow!
I see my Cole Cassidy skills to remain in place.
Done like dinner.
So Overwatch 2 turned out to be a massive scam, which, given the way Blizzard has been prancing around that game, is no shock to me. Yeah, what's up, Rodden? Yeah, they genuinely removed the only reason
a good bout of indiscriminate mayhem to really get
to
your
make
day going.
Overwatch 2 separate from the first one. Like, without emphasis on PvE, it's just straight up the first game with some graphical changes and all of the previous skins behind a paywall. Gee, it's almost like an excuse to ask people for money.
Sissy.
It really should have been. If anything, an add-on to the base game. Like just a standalone expansion. Theme around PvE. But then again, Team Fortress 2 already did it better with Man vs. Machine. And guess what? It was free. Unless you wanted to, like, go hard on the increased difficulty maps, which is where you had to buy special tickets to access them.
Funny, that's what my therapist said.
Damn some fighting words, Frosty. You may not agree to it being a good game, that's fair, but it was a fun and wholesome time. If anything, I would argue that my dignity went away the moment I installed Genshin Impact. That's where we can have an honest discussion. From my personal experience, whenever me, Moo, and a bunch of other friends would get together in a game, we openly avoided any servers that seemed sus. And you could easily tell just by looking at the server list, because they would not hide who they were. Oh no, they were proud to wear that mantle like a badge of honor.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
I'm sorry, what do you mean loot for dead? Please, do elaborate. Christ on the cross. Let me guess, the first thing to get that treatment was the witch. It was the witch, wasn't it? Ugh. Now listen, I know there's a lot of model replacements on the workshop. Some being more degenerate than others. But like all out nude mods? I think you'd have to go to some third-party websites to find that kind of content, because it sure as heck wouldn't made it on the community workshop on Steam.
This stuff can't be good for me, but I feel great.
My brother in Christ, I've been to the workshop. I know all about the Dead or Alive models. Not that I ever would partake in such downloads, but I know about them jiggle physics. Oh yeah. The offers of those mods were sure to include them in the package. Whenever I would get together with the Left 4 2 gang and we'd play some custom maps, I would just download a whole bunch of insanity and make like a crazy modded pack, and I would swap it for every single session. The fun part about playing through a game station like that, where everyone has different mods on their ends, it's like hearing a bunch of schizophrenics conversing with each other. Like, imagine screaming at the top of your lungs that a Kermit Hunter is leaping on someone, while on their end it's let's say Link from The Legend of Zelda. Well, this certainly is some tomb raiding. Confession. Never played any of the original Tomb Raider games, nor the reboots. Actually, no. Correction. I've played one Tomb Raider game. with Frosty. Temple of Osiris. You know, I've been watching Desino's Ancient Aliens playthrough on YouTube, where it's a Wattpack theme around actual grey aliens sending out demons. How appropriate.
And done.
Damn, that skull is massive.
You and your pilfering
Oh no.
buddies have been spoiling our little hush
They're back.
meet-up spot long enough. We're taking this place back.
The
right
cheeks are out.
now. And to start with, that little artifact you're holding in those large, throbbing hands belongs to
Said
me.
throbbing. You know what? Still a better Pinhead redesign than what we got in the latest Hellraiser movie.
Butt sauce.
Look at all that text scrolling by. Holy shit. How come that lady just ran by me and didn't give a shit? Oh, right. Oh boy. That could have been horrible. Yeah, sure. I would totally be down to play some Left 4 Dead 2. I always have fun with that game. If you don't mind, I can actually even stream our session.
Oh yeah, I've still got it. Tits. Hey, my favorite skull.
Based and Valve build. You reminded me of that gif, Frosty, of that night dude walking past the rooftop and beating up a bunch of adventurers coming his way. I wish I knew from what game that was, because it was an awesome looking cutscene.
Ow. Done like dinner. Swell.
Do you guys have a Discord group where you get together for games? Because if it's easier to communicate that way, you can pass me an invite. And I'm sure we can set something up. See, now this is actually pretty good, because we can have a little fun with these folks.
Go long. Go long. Go
assuming these grenades land correctly.
Here, catch.
Most inefficient nades ever.
Here, catch.
Thank you.
Ow. Ooh, that's gotta hurt.
Tomorrow or just generally Thursday?
Oof. Oh. Self-wasted. This stuff can't be good for me, but I feel great. Tits.
In general, it depends on how my work schedule goes. Tomorrow, I'm working in the city center, so I should technically come back at how you'd usually end the workday. I mean, I haven't seen the job yet, so I don't know how long is it gonna take us to go through stuff, but it's a maybe. Nice.
Ah, I'm back. Thanks, Jesus.
I mean, this lady's got a good idea. Holy moly.
That's quite the addicting substance.
Give me a sec, people.
One in each hand. Ow! Oh, yeah. I've still got it.
Imagine a rockfall in the exact same location as before. Predictable.
Nothing like a little pick-me-up.
Look at how many of them spawned. Like, damn. That's a little ridiculous, if you ask me. Go birds.
Oh, I hope that was just... Ow!
Kill 100 pigeons from cages. I'm not sure if you saw the achievement pop up, but it's kind of rare for me to get those in the game. Seems like you gotta do some really specific tasks to trigger them. Place is officially going to shit.
It's a good thing I had
Also,
two
now
of
I'm
those.
mad I picked up the medkit just as those enemies spawn in. But then again, that was pretty cheap on the game's part. See? I just popped into existence.
Bone Daddy.
Oh Lord. The worst part is actually backtracking, cause holy shit, is there a lot going on. Like, they did not pull any punches on how many enemies can spawn. Yeah, there's some medkits right here. Like a whole stash of supplies, which I'm kind of tempted to grab, to be honest.
Ah, that's the oof.
Nope, got one of them. Counts for something. Also, thank you for the follow, Mewtwo. I appreciate the support. Enjoy your new follower emotes. Right, so now we gotta jump our way out of here. On a little TF2 side-related note, since we've touched upon that subject matter, I do actually have one particular fun story related to the game, which is gonna stick with me for all time. So at one point, an actual, I want to say, really young kid joined the match. Like, how old he could have been? 10, maybe? He was clearly a newbie in the game. And let me tell you, whenever he would activate voice chat, he just sounded so super excited and hyped to play the game. It's like a bass pyro with the gibbous, which was like the stigma newbie had. And it actually turned into this very wholesome session of all the players joining in to just help this kid out and make sure he has a good time playing. Like, whenever someone would say something mean about him, others would immediately join in and tell him to leave the little man alone and just let him enjoy the game. I'll never forget when he found like a base flamethrower alternative as a drop, and then he equipped it and he was just so super excited to have a new flamethrower. I wish I could have the same attitude as him towards just enjoying life in general. That blissful, childlike ignorance.
I could use another hit right about now. Ugh. Maybe I should consider rehab. Nah, I'll just find more drugs.
Well, seems like we're done with fighting baddies. So, let's check up on this little interesting spawn location for... Yep, they're back at it. Now, are we gonna get another rockfall here?
How's it going?
Sadly no, but still.
Well, I'm not sure, but I can check it.
I'm just surprised there's only this one dedicated location where a bunch of NPCs appear. For no reason. Is there anything up here? Might have already grabbed. It was noteworthy. Came from here, didn't I? I think so. Now that is a portal to a backrooms level, if I ever seen one. I was sincerely expecting to just fall through the map, and that'd be it. Like, I'm actually impressed the trigger kicked in. And we managed to load in back to the main area. The marking tool doesn't appear to function correctly. I mean, the map still works, which is good by itself. I mean, if anything, I can always... Oh, look what's going on. The map from the caves is overriding the main one. So it's still fucked. Not to an unplayable extent, but running with scissors. You guys are a different breed. You can actually see it in the mini-map too. That is something else, alright. Man, how many of these could possibly, like, weird, super specific bugs that only I'm experiencing? Or a handful of people? I mean, maybe it'll fix itself once we transition. Nope. Not at all. Just gonna let it load up for a minute. Alright, so I want to go through here, then to my right again, and go all the way up here. I think we've already been there before. To help the migrants. Unless I'm thinking of a completely different location. What is going on here? Whatever is happening, my game does not like it. Good lord. Oh, that is... Oof. Those are some cyberpunk loading times for assets. I shit you not, when I was going through Cyberpunk, sometimes you could go for even 15 minutes or 20 through a particular zone and you would still see like missing textures and assets preventing you from progressing. Like you would not be able to enter buildings, interact with quests, nothing. Yeah, but the good thing about Left 4 Dead is once it actually loads into the game, it's stable. Like, very rarely did I experience any tech issues with the game. Hang on, I'm here. Oh, let's stop by the gift shop. Maybe I have enough dolls to redeem another tier. I'm only missing one Connie doll. And 3 golden Larrys. It would be nice to find one of those pink plushies. Get a little bit of swag before we wrap up the game. It's not really a top priority for me, but
stuff really works.
you do get some cosmetics for going out of your way. And while we're still here, so now that you're finished with the Thief playthrough, what's next on the agenda? Listen here, motherfucker. I am no longer asking. Painkiller review when? You think about your answer and choose wisely. Karma's a bitch. You know what's funny? That might be the first recorded interaction of an NPC using mobility vehicles. I remember that being a big selling point in the pre-release. Like, oh, not only do you have vehicles, but NPCs can totally nick them from you. But it just seems very rare. No. Come on now, we needed one casualty. If you're not playing it like Carmageddon, you're not doing it right. Oh man, that's another Dead in the Water series. Which is a damn shame because I loved Carmageddon growing up. I spent countless hours into the original. I've recently mentioned Jagged Alliance on these streams, because at one point I will be playing through 1 and 2, which are two other games like really dear to me when I was growing up, but I never got around to finishing them properly. That series also changed hands a lot and had more spin-offs and updates to Jagged Alliance 2 in particular than I'd bothered to count. I'm kind of hoping that the new one that's coming out relatively soon is gonna be worth a playthrough.
Already. Alrighty.
Which porn studio is this? Incredible healing vapors may cause brain tumors and or mild retardation. I got a little cash on me. Why not? We're only really in mid-May, but I want to say this has sort of been a pretty interesting year for movies. Finally got to peep the Mario one, and man, was that a very charming and soulful flick. If you're a big Nintendo fan, you are gonna get a kick out of it. My only real complaint is that they used too much licensed music instead of going for like classic Nintendo tunes, especially in relation to the Donkey Kong segment. There was a surprising lack of anything from the IP.
Idiot.
And you know, I love Thunderstruck by AC/DC, but that is one of the most overplayed songs in movies ever. Like, I'm actually at this point sick and tired of it getting constantly brought up. And in Mario? Of all fucking movies? Oh. Chicks. Of the cute kind. Not talking about you. Go away. I am admiring this fascinating specimen. It would have been ironic if they were happening to pass by a fast food joint advertising chicken nuggets. Could have made a witty joke around that premise. Where are you guys going?
Hey, watch it.
Oh, I'm watching, alright. I am watching a beautiful creature. I can't even remember if we've seen like adult chickens.
What we've got here is a failure to communicate.
We sure do. Excuse you, I stole the scooter first, and therefore I am the rightful owner. How do we do this again? Gotta equip the item, right?
Bring your items up here, please. I'm ready for the next customer.
Hey.
Okay, great.
Sure.
And thank you.
A lot of money we just earned.
No problem. Stop.
I'm not really using the catnip because, let's face it, I don't care about Sully enough to put on a cat silencer. This monument stands as a testament to the men and women who broke the world record for the fastest construction of a dam. May their bones forever fortify its walls. JoJo moment. Or Star Wars, depending on what reference you want to make. Gee, I wonder who dumped these pigeons by the building. Now, let's keep the power up on hand. Because, let's be honest, this is gonna end in a bloodbath. One way or another. You know, I completely forgot for a while that we're getting a Five Nights at Freddy's movie right before Halloween. I think there's a teaser up. I actually need to watch it and see to get a initial reaction. I'll say this much: if they actually manage to make it a competent horror flick, outside of all the video game references that I'm not gonna get because I'm not really big on the IP. That is gonna be a unexpected but welcome twist. Damn tough. I'm gonna buy Frosty this shirt because it's right up his alley. Shirts that go hard.
Hello. How you doing?
This is like every gift shop ever. Would anyone of you like a commemorative Valve? Signed by Gabe Newell himself. Where does your water come from? Flavor with the byproducts of city life, including plastic bags, sewage overflow, and the occasional unidentifiable torso. The Edison River supplies water for the needs of thousands of residents. The dam spillway relieves the buildup of excess water inflow. Rolling downstream, a severe salmonella outbreak in April 2006 was attributed to a colony of feral rabbits defecating the river upstream. That was around the Postal 2 time. Rip-roaring, raging rapids. The surging Edison River cars through the Arizona landscape, reaching from the upper basin all the way down to the tip of Mexico. Its water provides natural division to the many districts of Edison, centered around the Zag, where dreams of fortunes are washed away forever. Concrete sandwich. 3.2 million metric tons of layered fun. It took 3.2 million metric tons of concrete to complete the Edison Municipal Dam project. That's 2 million metric tons less than planned for, allowing for the entire dam to be built well under budget and still appeal structurally sound to the naked eye. You guys have no idea how close that hits to home. That is Polish National Building in a nutshell. First you contract a developer, then they secure the upfront, then they waste it on private cars and housing, and with whatever scraps they have left, they finance getting not enough materials and not enough labor. Hence why everything is built subpar and with massive delays. Biden's generously donated by Mike J's Bidets. Joe Biden. Remember Mike J's Bidets for all your anal hygiene needs. Watertight engineering.
Well, watch yourself. That's what I thought.
Equipment like the pump regulator displayed here for Displayed here to help maintain the flow of water from one side of the dam to the other, and sometimes to inside the dam itself. No one knows quite how these machines work, but a few well-placed wecks usually keep it in order. Always trust the fist to solve all hardware issues. All safety waivers must be signed before entering. We assume no responsibility for any injuries and or drawing that may occur while the tour. Half-life looking tunnel. Notify your guide if you need to leave the tour. What guide? Let me guess, I'm gonna have to fight the maintenance crew. What the hell? Why the bike specifically? Are we gonna have physics-based puzzles all of a sudden?
Are you the damn engineer they were sending?
I've been called a lot of damn things. What's it to you?
Oh, well, you see, we've got some leak problems cropping up throughout the dam. It's not an emergency or anything, but every emergency containment door has been activated. And unless someone down there can start repairing all of the leaks, this whole place is gonna burst.
You guys got some flex tape?
Well, I suppose I've got nothing better to do right now, and I've been known to fill in a good hole or two in my day. What do I have to do?
Like earlier today?
With whatever fits, just find anything you can to plug up those holes.
Let's give Dr. Hawkins a call. I'm sure he'll help me out. Plug this up. Oh. Well, I'm sure that's gonna last for the ages.
My children, we are poised for triumph, for the end is near.
Who the hell is this Agent 47 knockoff?
Purify the wicked inhabitants of this sinful city. Make haste. We must now prepare to unleash our purification into the water supply. Use caution, you fool. We do not want to harm the contents of our precious payload. Quick, place the device in the main drainage tunnel and begin the mixing process immediately.
There, later, look! I spotted a trespasser on the ground floor!
Enter defensive positions, my children. Whatever
Told
it takes,
you all.
we shall see this town's purification, no matter the cost.
I told you all. And what's worse is we're on a timer.
Hell! If I heard what I think I heard, these doomsday nuts are gonna contaminate the town's water supply, and soon! Hey, buddy, you think you can take care of that too? This could cost me my Christmas bonus!
Well, you better move fast.
If you don't work quick, those doomsday guys will finish polluting the water supply soon!
I'm on it, I'm on it. I'm just gonna find my way around. Gotta cover this leak somehow. Gee, a conveniently shaped box.
The only good leak is a plugged leak. Now find something and do some plugging!
Next one here. There's a very specific shape. What mundane object could we use over here? I mean, you can grab a ball. Okay.
Got all the leaks in that sector. Next one's opening up now.
That is fine.
Nothing like a little.
Very important asset for the workplace.
Pick up the pace if you want to shut down that mixing device before it contaminates
Of course.
the water supply.
Of fucking course.
Ow!
You know, this was Saints Row would be flopping that dildo like a club. Man, that's a series that's fallen from grace. That new one, oof. I've watched clips, taken out of context, and the writing. My God, the writing.
I don't know about you, but I'd rather not see this town when it's even crazier. You're getting good at this hole plugging stuff. Now head into the next sector.
That's gonna be this way. Should probably change my weapons to. Yeah, let's go with the shotty.
Just stick whatever you can find there into that hole.
Ow! It's a good day to die.
I mean, run and gun is doing the job.
This stuff can't be good for me, but I feel great.
Hey, I think those doomsday guys are finishing up. Maybe hurry up a little.
Patience, patience, my boy. First things first. Gotta kill the hostiles. That's an easy one to figure out.
The only good leak is a plugged leak. Now find something and do some plugging. Plugged her up good. The containment door's opening to the next sector.
Really? Like, we don't need to do anything here? I'm not gonna complain. Oh boy. Where was the door?
Don't look now, but it looks like that mixing device is almost ready to pump some nasty looking stuff into the water supply.
Oh. Oh, there we go.
Leaks are all filled up. Now keep on moving through the door.
Now that's a big boo-boo. Ow.
Oh my. Holy shit. That lady has a revolver. That stuff's smart.
Whatever you can find there into that hole.
Obviously, top priority.
Have a nice day. That's quite
Hey, look, I don't want to rush you or anything, but if you don't hurry up, the whole town's water supply is going to be contaminated.
Everyone's such a little bitch in this town.
Ow.
Insufferable.
Use anything you can in that room to plug the leak!
Do appreciate the 6-shooter ammo. Really good and fast, efficient tool.
I don't play well with others.
Hey, I think those Doomsday guys are finishing up. Maybe hurry up a little?
Patience, my boy.
You got all the leaks there. The door's opening now.
A little less than 6 minutes. We got this.
Just a vestigial organ. Ow.
Concerning lack of medkits though, this time around. Ooh. Sure it's getting rough here. Physics, am I right?
Funny, that's what my therapist said. Keep the change.
Seems box shaped. So I need small box, I reckon. Bike goes here. And something over there. Aha. It's almost like we were using these assets.
I don't know about you, but I'd rather not see this town even crazier. Get going and shut down that contaminant device. That sector's now as dry as my diaper. Now get moving to the next sector.
So they've got ways to go. Thanks. I mean, dying isn't too bad, because I get all my health back.
The only good leak is a plug leak. Now find something and do some plugging.
But geez, the lack of healing is quite ridiculous.
I'm sure there's no long-term consequences to that. Ow! Oh.
If you don't work quick, those Doomsday guys will finish polluting the water supply soon.
Let's go with the machine gun.
Now that's a shit. I'm sure there's no long-term consequences to this.
It's a little crazy for us because this feels strangely unbalanced compared to everything else we've gone in the game so far. Like, there's so many enemies to fight, but you don't get any healing along the way. And up to this point, the game's like been almost babysitting you with medkits. So a surprising difficulty curve. I still haven't seen where the leaks are, except one. And the other one, okay. Guitar shaped, guitar.
Use anything you can in that room to plug the leak.
Need a guitar. I need a guitar. Oh, jeez, am I gonna have enough time? Already running short.
Got all the leaks in that sector. Next one's opening up now. I think those Doomsday guys are finishing up. Maybe hurry up a little.
Keep the change. Ow!
There's no way I'm calling through. No fucking way. Look at this shit. There's way too much going on.
Ooh, sorry.
Use anything you can in that room to plug the leak. Hey, I think that mixing device thing has started pumping something into the water supply. Maybe you should check it out when you can, but keep plugging up those leaks first.
Ow!
You know what? Maybe you're not supposed to be able to complete it. I mean, maybe you can, if you know the game well enough.
Before it contaminates the water supply.
But this smells like fake out to me.
Oof!
You're a whole plug-in machine! The containment door should be opening.
Oof!
Lovely. Well, I got more health, so that's something. I am, however, very low on ammo. We've burned through a lot. So I better grab as much as I can.
Just stick whatever you can find there into that hole.
When did I get a saw shovel?
Made you flinch.
Hey, look, I don't want to rush you or anything, but if you don't hurry up, the whole town's water supply is going to be contaminated.
I'm on your bullshit game. Nothing's happening. How do I get there?
The only good leak is a plugged leak. Now find something and do some plugging.
Like... No, you can't climb under. So that's how we enter this area. We can go up. Plug the leak over here. Get over here. Oh, there we go. Confusing layout.
Ow!
find there into that hole!
Nice hit. Wow. Yeah, go on. Nothing like a little pick-me-up.
I don't know about you, but I'd rather not see this town when it's even crazier. Get going and shut down that contaminant device!
Will do. Let me just scroll through my... Oh, the real animation. I want to save this just in case. Surely this.
Just stick whatever you can find there into that hole!
I'm actually glad I have tackled this mission as last, because holy shit, was it a resource dump.
If you don't work quick, those doomsday guys will finish polluting the water supply soon!
Oh, yeah.
I'm also like flat out of healing. So whatever's coming up, especially if you're gonna have to fight the leader of the cult, that's gonna be painful.
Sector's all plugged up tight. Get through that door to the next one.
If only this worked like the Doom shotgun. If only.
Keep the change.
I mean, it kind of does.
Swell.
Hey, look, I don't want to rush you or anything, but if you don't hurry up, the whole town's water supply is going to be contaminated!
Just my way.
There's gonna be a lot of reloads here, I feel. A lot of reloads.
Use anything you can in that room to plug the leak!
Look at this shit. Look at how many they keep coming.
Funny, that's what my therapist said. Ow. Live,
Guys, what the hell?
repeat. Done like dinner.
What were they thinking?
I think those doomsday guys are finishing up. Maybe hurry up a little?
Have a nice day.
There better be some healing by the end, or I am not gonna have a great time dealing with cleaning this up.
Now find something and do some plugging! Ah, shucks. Looks like that contaminant stuff made it into the town's water supply already. Oh well, maybe the people can handle their water being extra hard this month. But hey, you still did a good job out there, pal. You might even say you did a damn good job.
Wah, wah, wah.
I'm serious, man. You've successfully safeguarded the structural integrity of our fine town's dam. You even caught that one invisible structural failure.
Wait, what invisible structural failure?
Uh-oh.
gotta be fucking kidding.
Damn.
Close enough. How convenient.
So, we have some new fans. Quotation needed. Doomsday cultist at Forward the Purification. The dear leader has seen your end. Virus election diet Shasta. The classic. I would say this is my favorite flavor. It does. It'd be like one of those Jamaican flavored sodas, except the moment you take a sip, it's some kind of rancid pineapple. Or the worst root beer you've ever tasted in your life. Anyway, we've done all the missions, so I suppose our superior is gonna get in touch soon.
Well, I suppose that takes care of the day's business well enough.
Uh-oh.
Oh, another one of these. Guess I did slip up a bit there with the contaminated water stuff at the dam, but at least I did a better job than Flint. Yellow.
The frame rate does not like this cutscene.
Yeah. Could you speed things up a little, Mr. Boss Man? I got your chores done and dusted, so I believe it's about time you told me about my lost trailer home now.
A whole 6 FPS. I'm surprised that the audio is holding out. Peso payback. Bidet bust. Omerta ouster. Oh shit, we gotta fight our previous employers. Great. It's an all-out brawl.
So there is life after death.
And I've got nothing to keep me going.
Hey fella, you look like a man who knows his art. How do you like to exercise those artistic chops?
Oh yeah, I remember this from the city videos. You can actually nick some artwork from the city in exchange for cash. Unfortunately, we picked a bad time to partake in optional quests, so it's best that we move on.
Up on the ground. Butt sauce.
Please, I really need the healing. I really do. It is absolute chaos and mayhem out here. Love the sky though. Blood red is always a good aesthetic. pardon me, but I do not want to be a part of this mayhem for now. I just need a bit of healing, thanks.
I feel better already.
Anything matters. Got a shop here. Oh no 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 no!
Ow!
You bastard! Oh, fuck off!
I wanted to be reincarnated as a butterfly.
Alright. Fuck. Medkit is gone. Just gonna have to save a lot. Like a lot.
Live, piss, die, repeat.
Who's the closest we even have? Objective-wise. Mike G. Well, regardless, I gotta get some healing. Pronto. Excuse me. Well, this is useless. Oh.
Score.
Oh, we're gonna have a wonderful day.
I could redeem you for money. Assuming I can get there alive. Alright, we're gonna have to try and get to the shops. There ain't no way I'm making it through just on a pure hoarding anymore. Not what I can die this easily. And also not when the FPS is also actively dying on me. How the hell do you even expect me to fight like this without getting got? You know what? Fuck it. It's health.
Having asparagus.
It's health. You don't get to be picky in this scenario. Beggars can't be choosers. That boy gonna be shitting bricks tonight.
That's my special area. Check this out.
God. Oy, oy, oy. Hey, I got my shotty back. That's cool. You know what's not cool? The fact that this guy respawned.
I wonder who that red guy with the pitchfork was.
How am I supposed to do anything? Like, how am I supposed to travel around without getting insta-killed, basically?
Sweet.
Are you finished yet?
Fuck that damn quest line is all I'm gonna say. Like, that was scummy. They've wasted all of my crack pipes. And now I can't even make my way back to a shop without getting killed by random NPCs. Even better if at least the performance was consistent, but whew. I'm probably gonna have to stock up on whenever I can grab my hands on. And then try and make a quick run through all of the locations. You know what's worse? I was almost tempted to praise Postal for running semi-decently tonight. Like, I want to say almost 2 hours went by without massive performance decrease. But now it's just god awful.
Put your weapon.
Alright, what do we got here? Weapon permits. Body armor. Sure. I mean, I'm gonna lose it probably quite soon, but it keeps me alive even for a little bit. tranquilizer rounds. Right, now we gotta make our way to Civi's establishment. Hey, dude.
Can I help? Who's next? What's up? Thank you.
Hi there.
Come back when you're ready to give me some more money.
Nothing like a little pick.
Let's pull out our hard-earned cash and get going.
Hey, great, and don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Sounds reasonable.
Huh?
So here's the thing. There's a cooldown.
How's it going? Great, and don't get ass prints on my door.
Alrighty.
I wish it worked more like a vending machine, where I could just pick how many you want and
Can I help? Who's
be
next?
done with it.
Hello.
But, oh
Thank
well.
you, and come back when you're ready to give me some more money.
It is what it is. So let's enjoy this fine shop while we wait. Come on, CV. I got an operation to run here. Please. Sell me the goods.
How's it great? And don't get ass prints on my door.
Okay.
I'm not sure what's the
Next. What's up? Thank you.
Pipe,
Come back when you're ready to give me some more money.
cap.
Can I? Hey.
Oh, I
Great.
think you
and don't
can
let the door hit you on the way out.
Sure.
reset the eye this way. Just walking around him.
I'll take the next person. Oh, great, and don't get ass prints on my door.
If you say so.
Lovely.
Hi. Great, and
Hello.
don't let the door hit you on the way out.
That.
This is exactly how you support your favorite YouTube personality.
Take the next person. Next.
By funding their
Great, and don't get ass prints on my door.
Alrighty.
drug distribution center.
Can I help? Who's next? Next. Well, thank you, and come back when you're ready to give me some more money.
Sounds reasonable.
Hello. Hey. Great, and don't let the door hit you on the way
I can
out.
buy that.
I am max capping
I'll take the next
crack
person.
pipes, I don't care.
Don't get ass prints on my door.
Sure.
How's it going? Hey, great, and don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Sweet.
Can I help? Who's next? I'll take the next person. Hello. How's it? Thank you, and come back when you're ready to give me some more money.
14 of them. I'm becoming a traveling pharmacy.
Next. Hello. Great, and don't let the door hit you on the way out.
But whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
Can I help? Who's? Hey. Great, and don't let the door hit you on the way
I can
out.
buy that.
I think it's 15. Which, fine by me. That's already a lot. Okay. Hotkeys. Save here. And let's plan our targets reasonably. Still fucked. But at least the marking system works, so that's a plus. Alright. We're doing a semi-pacifist run. In the sense that I am avoiding unnecessary encounters. There is absolutely no reason for me to waste my armor and health beyond what's vital.
Hey, that's my favorite skull. Ow. Ow.
But Frosty, murder is fun, except when it's in gratuitous numbers. Beyond what's reasonable. Imagine me going pacifist through the damn portion. My man, I would have thrown my monitor out the window. I shit you not. That's when I would break completely. Get a bit of piss yellow here.
I hope that'll grow back.
On the skyscape, nice. Yep, there goes the vest.
Fortunato, dude. But it looks like you've ended up on the wrong side of things. Let's just say the family is not pleased. Whack 'em.
Well, it's a good thing I hit a checkpoint here, I think. Oh, brother.
Live, piss, die, repeat. Smooth.
Radio, let's go with rifle. And we got a blast for this, so here we go. Holy shit, you guys are tanky. Would be better. Revolver? Well, there's Vince. The big man himself.
Smooth. Damn.
That's my power up.
Wow.
Alright, Vince. You and me. I am officially
I don't think
killing,
that's supposed to bend that
running
way.
with scissors. Whatever it takes.
And another one bites the dust.
Dun, dun, dun. Between this and Halo 2, I have been through a lot lately. Well, the upside is actually taking down one of the targets wasn't too bad. The actual challenge lies in getting to their location.
Funny, that's what my therapist said.
Mm-hmm. 36 health. I've got still 13 crack pipes. Ooh. Practical effects Sam Raimi would have been proud of. Yes, including the way his head bounced up and then clipped through the floor. Okie dokie. One down. Two to go. Brother. It's a big stretch. I mean, we do have a fast travel location fairly close, which will put me here. But then again, I would have to go all the way around. Either way, it's not gonna be Shrimple. If anything, very complicated. Here, however, we could easily pick up Mike J. So I think out of two, that's the better one to take care of. Here goes nothing. Up to the fast travel point. You gotta be quick. Be quick or be dead. Oh. Yeah. Definitely. Ammo-wise,
Kill you.
I'm gonna save my cash for healing and armor. I think I'll be fine with whatever I can scavenge.
That's a big boo-boo.
Man, this really has turned into a game of survival. Which, granted, the endgame of Postal 2 goes down fairly similar, but not to this extent. It wasn't as tough with you as its more modern incarnation. Then again, friendly reminder, I am playing at a disadvantage with a very inconsistent frame rate, which is proving to be a handicap.
Shit!
Yeah, that sucks. I don't think I can fast travel. It also might be that there are enemies nearby, and that's stopping me. Looks like we're gonna have to run there.
I feel like shit.
I got you, bro.
Nothing like a little pick-me-up.
I got you, bro. Maybe I should have considered getting a scooter. But I don't know. I'm not sure about the viability of driving in these circumstances.
Score.
Lucky pick. But you know, I'm probably gonna have to use a vehicle to get across down south if what I assume to be blocked warp points are the case. It's a good day to die. How funny is it that we have to take down the two heads of running with scissors again? I call that a change of management. Oh, by the way, Frosty, is Postal 2 still down from the Steam store? And did they give an update on the situation, what's going on? So this good message you pinged me with earlier. And I found it to be very surprising news indeed.
Oh yeah, I've still got it.
No idea what happened. Well, as long as it's back in retail, that's all that matters really. So how do I get inside? Oh, like this.
Your ass better be tighter than a nutcracker, because I'm about to go knuckle deep, dude.
Mike J means business. Oh, and he's got guided rockets. We found a pretty good blind spot here, but even then... Oh! Oh. You like, poke your head out again, dude. Yeah, just keep steady like so. Finally cut off. GG, shake my hand.
Mission accomplished with extreme prejudice.
Well, interestingly, you have a pigeon cage, so you could technically get up there somehow. How would you accomplish that? I have no clue. But there's some goodies scattered around the mansion. So, yes, I shall help myself.
I like shit.
Could have probably fought back with rockets myself, but it was easier to just snipe with the rifles.
I don't feel so good.
It's a random rampage out here. Kill the toilet paper man. Sure, this sounds interesting.
I could use another hit right about now.
Oh, there he is. Toilet paper man.
Oh, that was... Oh, ow.
Man, easiest $400. Which is good, because if I do have to run back to Civi for more drugs, I've got the means. Alright, that leaves us with that guy. Let me check the fast travel board again. Maybe this time will let me zoop over. Good thing I saved.
I wanted to be reincarnated as a butterfly.
Come on. They might be locked out. Yeah, I'm activating this sync instead of the map. Which is goddamn hilarious. Alright, we're gonna have to do it the conventional way.
Smooth.
As long as I can heal this thing, I should be able to get through. For once, you're actually driving with a proper pose. I guess the impending doom works well on your posture. Remember that massive mansion we visited on like day 2? I think we're finally gonna have a opportunity to see through more of it while there's stuff going on. Oh, you... Why do they have to be like actual snipers? Great. Fucking A. It's more or less there where I left it, I think. Or did it despawn? It might have despawned. Oh well. We're just gonna have to stick to areas where confirmed there wasn't that many NPC spawns to begin with. Good kitty.
Nice hit. Caught a bit of a hop.
Still have a bit.
This stuff can't be good for me, but I feel great.
Hopefully, once we get rid of the last mini-boss, I'll have enough resources to just go straight to the big cheese. Like, that'd be an ideal scenario. Right. I'm gonna have to go for some fairly populated areas, which I'm not looking forward to. I'm trying to go for shortcuts whenever I can, but jeez Louise. At one stretch had 3 folks with AKs.
I'm sure there's no long-term consequences to this.
Yep, bit of a slow burn, this one. It's mostly due to the map being larger than its predecessor, and thus actually getting through the endgame stretch. It drags out. This plaza is gonna suck, because there's gonna be plenty of folks, I reckon. Oh no. Frickin' parkometer got me. Please. Have mercy. You know what? That wasn't too terrible. Hit the checkpoint. And get ready.
Come to catch me, pendejo? Tengo los
It is him.
huevos de acero.
Bane. I am gonna use this chance to get some free rifle ammo. Especially given these guys are actually fairly weak.
This stuff can't be good for me, but I feel great.
So far, so good. Some healing would be nice, like on the house. but I doubt it.
Nothing like a little pick-me-up.
Alright, I imagine the head honcho was gonna be chilling upstairs.
Nice hit.
The head honcho with a great poncho. It's gonna be somewhere here. Oh, can't save.
The good thing I hit. Ow!
Oh, there we go. First of all,
Double the gun, double the fun. Damn. Hey, that's my favorite skull. Ah, let's not do that again. This stuff can't be good for me, but
gotcha.
Too easy.
Woo. Meet the boss. Thank you. I tried to get in character as much as I could. Basically, the dude is my spirit animal. Let's just put it that way. I resonate with him on many levels, maybe minus the genocide part. That's how you know I haven't reached true Sigma grindset levels yet. Still a few steps away from going Michael Douglas from his role in Falling Down. Alright, let's save. Right about here. Check the map. So yeah, I gotta go smack in the middle to meet our superior. But I think I'm gonna stop by Civi's place once more. get some drugs. I've got the money for it, so... Oh man, missed opportunity to ride a John Deere. So here's the thing, Necrorian. These are actually custom made Ray-Ban shades. The frames here are original, but the actual lenses are custom made. Like they're imitation Ray-Ban lenses, because I'm using correctional ones at the same time. So it's not quite 100% the stuff, but it's close enough to pass as the real deal. When they told me at the store, hey, do you want to keep the original logo on the lenses or not? And I'm like, well, what does that entail? Oh, it's like a $50 difference in price. Mind you, $50 to keep the actual logo. And I'm like, no, that looks grating. Like, why would I want a giant watermark? Falling Down was a great movie. I watched it as a kid. And I think it has aged like fine wine. The issues that are fleshed out and criticized are still relevant to this day. Like, you might be wondering, isn't it a bit excessive for him to go ballistic over the price of a Coke can? But then you think about current day inflation and he's like, yeah, they're just ripping you right off these days. Yep, good old capitalism. Mind you, I'll still take that over the pipe dream that is internet-endorsed communism.
That's quite the addicting substance.
Twitter kids be like, I've read Karl Marx once. Why have we not tried to put these ideas into practice? Son, do I have news for you? Okay, I think I'll check one here. And let's make sure that we have the quote-unquote pharmacy as our destination. Good God, what country are you from? Sounds like South American build. Ugh. Just stretch a little bit. Mind you, this is still more comfortable than actually sitting on a dentist chair, but we are almost going 4 hours in. But I think we should be able to wrap this up soon. Oh, I feel for you, dude. Whenever I read on some South American related news, like from Venezuela, I do not envy you guys. Like, you just have outright dictators setting up bullshit policies, and people are willing to put up with that. Well, some of them do. I mean, in a questionably run state like that, you always have the complacent folk, which are like, it is what it is. Apparently, it can't get any better. But the normal thinking residents, those are the ones that actually suffer the most, because they know they are living in a nightmare scenario, but they can't really stand up, otherwise repercussions. So usually your safest bet is to just fuck off and move abroad if you can. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I come from Poland, and I moved to the UK like 10 years ago because the economical situation was not that great. Not to mention, if you're a small business owner, then you have to go through insane legal hoops just to be able to run your business, which is way easier to set up here instead. But on the democracy part, yeah, we got a similar problem where you have a multitude of parties, technically, but pretty much all of them stem from one group of pals that sealed the deal between each other when communism was falling apart. So the Commie Party and the opposing side. Like, they just struck a deal and then made a bit of a divide and conquer scenario between themselves. If we actually had taken the Czech Republic scenario, where they had a complete purge of anything related to the previous system, it would have been a completely different situation nowadays, I feel.
Crap. Let's see what you're made of. Excuse me.
I don't blame you, friend. At the end of the day, I prefer to be made fun of because of the Polish fanboy memes, rather than I don't want to live here anymore. Still, mark my words, Western Poland, it will soon see its downfall. Those degenerates will get what's coming to them. Woke culture. Well, do elaborate, please, because it's not always that I get to chat during a silly game stream about serious issues, so I'm curious to find out. So, how do these woke kids behave?
I think I'm coming down.
That was surprisingly painless. But we do have a little bit of downtime.
I don't feel so good.
Before I make my way to the tower.
Health bite my ass. That stuff is addictive.
My turn.
Hey. Hey, you, back of the line. How's it going?
What line?
I ain't got all day here. Huh.
Yes, sirree, Bob.
That'll be great, and don't get ass prints on my door.
Okay.
How's it going? Thank you. Come back when you're ready to give me some more money.
Always knew CV likes money.
Hey, hello.
Anything
Howdy.
for the Dollarinos.
Great, and don't let the door hit you on the way
I
out.
can buy that.
How's it going?
Hi.
Thank you. Come back when you're ready to give me some more money.
Ah, I see. So the easily... So the part of the populace that's actually easy to manipulate because all you gotta do is throw a bunch of buzzwords their way and they'll think, oh, well the government supports our strive for equal rights.
Hello. Great, and don't get ass prints on my door.
Okay.
How's it going?
Salutations.
Thank you, and come back when you're ready to give me some more money.
Paradoxically, we have a similar problem in my home country, where there's a very, vocal minority that's like, oh, we need to be more like the West, we need to strive to introduce those Western ideals of equality and democracy in our...
Yeah, I'll take the... Can I help? Who's next?
Knifer world country that's clearly behind the times, and I'm like, have you seen what's going on in the West? Clearly you haven't.
I'll take the next person. Hi. Thank you, and come back when you're ready to give me some more money.
If you say so.
Hello. How's it going? Great, and don't let the door hit you on the way out.
I love my country. I love the cuisine, the culture, the nature, but my god, the people piss me off.
I'll take the next person. What's up?
Hi there.
Great, and don't let the door hit you on the way out.
Alrighty.
Oh, that's right, I forgot. I used to watch documentaries on this subject. Like, you got actual separatists and I think drug cartels that are actually setting up their laboratories and outposts in the jungle and leading private wars against the government.
Can I help next?
Shit's crazy.
Thank you, and come back when you're ready to give me some more money.
Sounds reasonable.
That reminds me when I went on holiday with my ex to the Philippines at one point.
Great, and don't get ass prints on my door.
And when we were staying at the beachside resort, I was reading information sign, and they were giving like service numbers to emergency lines, so the police, medical, and what have you not. And there was actually a dedicated phone number to the state army. And I look at that, I turn to my ex and I'm like, wait, why do I ever want to call up the army? And she's like, oh, because there's warring groups of terrorists around the country who are opposed to President Duterte and his policies. I'm like,
hello.
God damn. That's actually wild to think of. Like, you go for the country, and you wouldn't expect that there's instances of civil war going around. Yeah, why do I want to go the long way when I can just zip straight through? So let me hop on and let us mosey on to the finale. God damn, dude. Well, you gotta respect the Latino moms. It's no wonder that they have a reputation of tough women that if you mess with them, you're getting the slipper treatment. You're gonna eat the end of a homing slipper from a mile away with deadly accuracy. Oh shit. Oh, that is vile. So we cannot take the easy way here. It's been blocked off purposely. Alright, no matter. I'll just drive around then. Seems like a whole lot of people are actively trying to kill me, which is good, because I can actually save some healing. Whew. Pulling into 4 hours. Yeah, we can probably knock this one out in, give or take, half an hour. I do expect a boss fight for closure, so fingers crossed it's not gonna be one of those ones where I am going to be tearing whatever remains of my hairline out of my scalp. Completely different experience when the entire populace is not trying to actively murder me. Next time I think we'll hop back to Code Vein. It's been a minute since the initial stream, so we'll pick that one up. And maybe I'll just juggle between it and MDK2 until I manage to get the ladder done before I start anything new. I don't imagine MDK2 will be much longer than 1, maybe 2 streams tops. Oh, no, we still got some violence over here and then. Seems like I was just very lucky to get by most of it hassle-free. Why, thank you for the auto teleport. But since the game is struggling with loading, I'll leave it for a minute here and read up what Necrorion posted. Oh dear. Oof, that FPS. Look at that non-existent building in the background. No problem, dude. Thanks for hanging out and this interesting convo. I hope things brighten up for you soon. If you do follow, thank you. I appreciate all the support and you guys just chilling out here with me and having a fun old time together. Wow, violence for the sake of violence. That is a very interesting take. It's very strange reading this from an otherworldly perspective, because not really something I can relate to. Because, well, bullying was more or less in a traditional fashion, where you had the cool kids and the ones they did not consider to be cool. So if you didn't fit in, you were gonna become a likely target. Anyway, let's roll one up. Smunk. And proceed. Separate save here. We'll likely get a auto load, but better safe than sorry. Alright, here we fucking go. What's it gonna be? Who is gonna be behind all of this madness? I'm ready. Let it be known. I am prepared.
Hello? Mr. Boss Guy? You around?
At last, we meet face to face. I've long been expecting this moment. It's time the secrets you seek be revealed to you.
Oh,
I see
great,
a coat.
Finally! You wouldn't believe what I've been through this week to get here, but it'll all be worth it in the end once I know where my stolen trailer home ended.
It's time I formally introduced myself to you.
Son, I am your father.
Father, yeah, I got that when you said son. Hang on a second. Aren't you supposed to be dead?
Are you referring to your stepfather?
Yeah, I guess that does explain the grave
Sure
thing.
hasn't aged gracefully.
Anyway, it's been nice meeting you and all.
But I get
Pops,
where the
but,
fashion sense is
did you
coming
have any
from.
insight to give on the whole trailer home matter?
I brought you here to reveal this truth. Blood is thicker than water, and that's why fate has inexorably destined us to meet after all this time.
And let me guess, you want me to join you?
No. With all other powers in town purged, there's only one left here who could stand to challenge me. My own flesh and blood. And that's why only one of us will be walking out of here today.
I see. I don't suppose you'd wish to do the tearful reunion thing instead.
We're at the place called Climax, and the time called now.
Time to find out who's the real alpha male.
Double time it.
Come here, Papa. Down he goes. Or not. Maybe.
I regret nothing, except you.
Harsh. You. Geese. Hey, thanks for the rescue. You do have a few bald spots at the back of your head, though.
Thanks. I wouldn't have expected that you... Huh?
Huh.
You know, this is a nice place, but it just isn't home. That about wraps it up.
Indeed. Tearful reunion successful. Father figure dead. So about that trailer. Place milk. Is that because he never came back home with that milk? You know, maybe it's better if we leave this accursed town.
Well, that was a bust. Despite all these familial revelations, I still don't know where my trailer home is. Seems there's nothing left for me in this town then, and what better time is there to pack up and leave? Oh, crap! That means I have to find Champ first.
Glad you remember.
Oh, there you are.
Hey.
Well, that takes care of one thing. Now
Moves
let's see
like
about
a
the
good boy.
skipping town part.
Gotta love how Champ is this constant phenomenon that just goes about as it pleases. So, how do we go about leaving, actually? Oh, there we go. It's where we start out the adventure. Well. It's been a long and arduous journey, but Edenson is beyond fucked at this point. I mean, there's cats raining. So chances are there's gonna be some kind of nuclear explosion going off soon, or something of equal magnitude. We just, gotta gracefully make our exit.
I don't feel so good. Ow!
Don't worry, CV. I will always fondly remember you. Minus that one time I murdered you in an alternate timeline. Yep, just gotta wait for the bridge to fade into existence. Those construction workers, they work in mysterious ways. I hope they add vehicle stunts in the next update. mean, granted, I can think of more important issues they should sort out first, but we'll get to that soon. So long, Innocent. I will miss you not. Can I enter on my mobility scooter? Can we make an epic exit? We sure can. Off to the sunset it is. Minus this gate. Don't you just love the ambience of an apocalypse imminent? It's gonna be a massive cutscene if we're only stuck at 1% currently. Trust me, it's gonna be worth it. We are gonna get a credits roll for the ages.
And just like that, our two intrepid heroes had endured a week of hole-clenching mayhem with nothing but the clothes on their back, the fur on their hide, and an assortment of unfortunate stains between them. In the end, they still lacked the one thing that they had sought after, their beloved trailer home. But while it seems like the fat lady had sung for our dynamic duo, sometimes that corpulent old gal can hoist herself over to expose one last grand aria from those luscious lips of hers.
Was that some jabs at our dearly departed wife?
You boys look like you're in the market for a new mobile domicile.
Oh, it's you,
Perhaps I can
fucker.
interest you in our latest acquisition that just rolled into the lot.
A new alternator, modern AC, vintage patina. It was everything they wanted, like a match made in heaven.
Hey, and the license plate even matches our old one. What luck! I'll
How
take
convenient.
The oblivious recovery of their stolen material goods aside, there's a lesson to take away from all this, believe it or not. The mythical home that the American dream speaks of isn't simply your standard four walls erected around you like a
Jetsons moment.
prophylactic that's one fun size too small. When it comes to the dude's home, the endless sky is the roof over his head, the unending country roads his personal driveway, and every street corner his personal bathroom. To put it another way, the dude knows now that his true home is where the heart, and perhaps one odorous canine companion is. This is the story about a man who once had it all, and in his own particular Postal way, he still does.
Name drop. I see a typo on that postcard. It says regrets. What gives? And there you have it. That is the game. Ooh. Can we skip the credits roll? I mean, kudos to all the fine people who worked on this project, but in case this is copyrighted music, I don't want to get any VOD mutes. And yeah, with that, my friends, Postal 4 comes to a conclusion. After about 20 odd hours. So, final notes. What did I think of the game, and is it worth looking into? Let's start with the positives. What I liked about Postal 4. So, in terms of humor, I think it carries the spirit of Postal quite well. I mean, granted, the original team worked on it, so it's their baby. They know how to raise it. I mean, you could argue that the currently humor is not quite as crude or raunchy as it used to be in, say, the second one. And, well, you know, we live in different times, so there's only so much they can get away with. But for the most part, I think that in that sense, it is still the low-hanging fruit jabs that we all love Postal for. Like, it definitely felt like I was playing an entry in the series. So, in that sense, I got positive feedback out of the game. I could feel the vibe. Next up, it was a strangely fun environment to explore. It's not in every game, like I said, that I'm actively encouraged to go about the map and check out the small details, but there's a surprising attention to the minor things, like fun little Easter eggs spread across. Even the plain mundane homes have a charming aesthetic to them. So, in that sense, I think they did a good job at making the world feel not as empty and interactable. And a fun fact to add, Running Quizzes did post an update lately on Steam suggesting that there's going to be even more content done with that. So all those like blind spots of the map, they're going to be steadily filled up with more features. Yep. We just called GG. I let the credits skip by, and I'm just explaining my thoughts overall on the game. So yeah, I think the map was fine. Like, sure, there were some areas that felt like filler with nothing much going on about them, but yeah, for the most part, I enjoyed walking around, driving, and just checking out the scenery. Like the Mexican bit was very colorful, vibrant, and pleasant to look at. Gameplay wise, it's Postal 2 with a facelift. Plays the same, has an expanded arsenal. Nothing more, nothing less, and in that sense, I love it. It felt good to play. On the edge, so like not either plus or minus. Soundtrack, sound design, it's functional, but not much that stood out, I think. Like nothing memorable, say, to compare the Postal 2 map jingle that I'm gonna remember after putting the game away. The voice acting. Well, technically now you have a whole bunch of talent to pick out, but if we're going to go with John as the default voice, the way you meant to experience the game, I like John St. John, but as the dude, he gets it across, but he's no Rick Hunter or even Corey Cruz. Like, he did not entirely sell me in the role. If they would bring him back for later games, I wouldn't mind, but I preferably would prefer either of the two other guys filling the shoes from now on, like Corey Cruz did with Brain Damage, which we will be looking into that sooner or later. And now for the bad. And when it gets bad, brother, this game is a glitchy mess. I wish it was just hee hee ha ha, funny bugs, but some of these were just plain game breaking and took the fun out of the experience. I mean, granted, fixing it was a matter of just going back and forth between the menu, but if you have to like do that in the middle of missions, just breaks the immersion and it's annoying. The biggest downside is this game's lack of optimization. Like, goodness gracious. It's been easily a year since this technically became a full game, and still, to this point, it runs like hot ass at times. You saw that frame rate go to single digits for no good reason on many, many occasions. And it's inexcusable. Like, there's no reason for it to just spiral down that badly. 5 whole frames. 5 whole frames, and sometimes even less. I mean, yeah, this should have been the priority. This should have been something taken care of, like, immediately. And, you know, there's not one foolproof solution, I'm sure of that. Like, it's definitely an effort you have to undertake, but, I mean, come on now. I find it impossible to believe that after a year worth of patches, this is still not much better than the original release, performance-wise. So yeah, it's kind of disappointing actually. Especially granted that if you're gonna take jabs at a notorious installment in your series and then claim you're gonna do a better job taking care of it in-house, and this is what you get on release. Not a good look, guys. And for that reason alone, I can't honestly recommend this game in its current state. Overall, it's a C+. Just for the tanky performance. It may not seem like a whole lot, but when you're actually trying to play the game, but it just refuses to cooperate, then it's a game changer. It will affect your experience as a whole. So, my recommendation, if you want to give this a try, wait on a sale. Wait for more patches to come out. Supposedly there's gonna be some around the corner, according to the latest community notice. alongside some new features like they're planning to add co-op based on the source code for that mod for 2, which is pretty cool that they're reaching out to the community for support in that regard. But yeah, sit this one out. Sit this one out and hope that it's gonna get better. I mean, even Cyberpunk, after all these patches, is still very, very wonky in a mixed bag, as much as I want to love that game. So seeing the two as such a parallel between each other in this performance space is kind of heartbreaking, honestly. So yeah, I would place this above Postal 3 for sure. Obviously, Postal 1 still remains. Postal 2 still remains to be the top game for me, but just for the performance, I'm gonna put Postal 1 above 4, because as simplistic it is, it gets the job across better than 4 did. So yeah, regardless of these mishaps, don't regret streaming the game. I still got some fun out of it, and hope you guys enjoyed this Rocky at Times playthrough. So yeah, look more forward to more games coming soon. Hopefully I can get back to my other lineup this week. And in the meantime, thank you all for hanging out, for all the follows, your continued patronage, and let us meet each other again soon. Good night, everyone, and take it easy.